Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube, TikTok, X, Instagram, all the rest. Let's get into it. All right, in the pre-market we had, so overnight pre-market we had a significant push up. We had the 5 at around 69.93. We got the 200 really close, 59. We got the 200 really close at 59. Let's wait a few cycles right here. For calls, we want to look for, you guessed it, above the 5. For puts, let's look for underneath 66.32. But as usual, our best bet, wait for that data to roll in. Once that data comes in, we're gonna get everything we need to know. We're above the water on everything. If you're new and if you're annoyed seeing me always click and move around and all this stuff, you got to use the charts channel, okay? Go to the left, there's a channel called charts, click on that, and you can move the charts yourself. We want to see where they're going to grab liquidity from. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you finish reading that, go to last5trading.com and get you sorted. Now we have 2 levels of liquidity. We need to see if they're going to grab liquidity, right? We want to see first about 69.07. Then we're going to have to deal with, I guess 69.83 is probably going to line up with the 5 by the time it gets there. So for our calls, we're going to look for the algo that tells us the pullback, and then we're going to look for our entry. Let's give it a second. What up, Crosscut? Waiting, what are you waiting for? Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Thank you, brother. Let's see if we can make a quick buck today. But before that, we need to let some data roll in. We need to let this data come in. No, I appreciate you spending time with me. We need to let this data come in. There's nothing really to do in here, right? We already see it. We already see it right in here. We're still in it. All right, first level hit yesterday, or was it Friday? The price action was so, I would say, amazing because it was fast moving. There was no hesitation. It was just direction, direction, direction. It was, we had a little bit of consolidation, but then other than this consolidation, it was moving. The price did exactly what it needed to do on Friday. Again, we're waiting to see where we're grabbing liquidity from. Just because the 5 is here, very close, it's more common than not that we will want to test the 5. But as we saw on Friday, not necessarily the case. It turned around a couple dollars short. That's why from this point here, our best bet is going to be above the 5 for calls. All right, a little bit of hesitation at 69.07. All right, we'll see what they do on this orange on our 30-minute chart. This orange has plenty built up. Because as we see, it's been creating the price, lower low, lower low, lower low. We need to see if it's going to reject and make a lower low here. Yeah, let's wait at least 2 cycles, 2 or 3. We need to wait 2 or 3 cycles. This is really slow, choppy price action. Not like Friday where you just had to place the trade and 2 minutes later you're already in profit. All right, if they reject the 5, or if they, stop hunt like this would be the continuation, right? If it breaks the 5, retests and rejects. If they stop hunt and they want to turn around the other way, we're gonna look for we're gonna see if we make 6907 resistance. So we want this to get a little bit higher. The cycle is going to be a the red or green on the MACD. Now, if you're making a play off the 5, you need to start adjusting level by level, right? Here's a really good example of why we need to let the market do what it needs to do. Allow your play to play out, because it took, let's say you're to take opening candle, you see this hammer, maybe you think you know something, it's above the water. It would have taken you at least 10 minutes before you made any profit or something comfortable where you can, and then look, and this next candle right here could have taken you out if you chased this too close. So we need to give the market a little bit of time. You have to understand that they're gonna retrace back into the previous candle. Man, I was just gonna say something about a strong momentum candle testing the 5, and I talk too much. All right, now from here, we're going to see what they want to do with this liquidity, right? We touched the 5. Now we're going to find out what they want to do. Now we're about to find out. Now something clean would be if we allowed for the test of this level 72.34, retrace back down to the 5 like that. That'll be something clean, and we're going to look for an entry. On our 5, we see we have a test of the bottom of this lick box, and then a rejection. And then let's see. And then the top of that lick box in the 5 is probably around 72. Now, if you took this right here from, minute 1, you need to be going level by level. We got to this level, adjust your stop. We got to this level, adjust your stop. I just marked out low a day right here. Our best entry is probably going to be somewhere underneath here. Probably somewhere underneath here is going to be our best bet. If this happens like this, and then we make 67.69 resistance, we're going to look for somewhere underneath here for puts. The call entry has to be above the 5. on our break and retest. The put entry ideally is going to be somewhere underneath here, so we don't get caught in chop right here. So if you're playing in here, this is the risky one, okay? All right, we completed almost one cycle, so let's wait a little bit for that second cycle. Let's see if we can refine this just a bit. Price action like this is going to be tough to get involved. So we just need data. We need time. Everything's going to be fine. You'll see. It'll get easy. Well, let me not say easy. It'll get more clear. We're gonna see if blue can get us to, if we break blue, if we can get to 67, 69. Just gonna clean up the chart just a little bit. So we need to see if we're going to stay in blue. Let's check higher time frame. Above the water, just starting our bull cycle. Above the water. Above the water. So our best bet from here for puts is probably going to be under 67, 69. There's nothing to do on call side until we break and retest the 5. Unless you're interested in being involved in this, you know, you're gonna have to hold. If you're in calls, you should be guiding off of blue. When I'm saying guiding, I mean your stops should be trailing along blue. Okay, I like that. Purple got us to blue, so that's we'll hold on to the purple, and we'll see how we react to blue. So we're still high above the water. We're still high above the water. This blue's holding up pretty well. I'm just gonna clean the chart. Nothing's changed. Just cleaning the chart and just sliding everything over. All right, we're second bite at the apple on the 5. This is what I was saying. If you're in calls, you need to be trailing along blue. Your stop should be along blue. But now here's what you got to think. We're at the 5. This is the second bite at the apple on the 5. So now is where you need to figure out your life. Yeah, take your time today. There's no reason to risk anything today. Take your time. We have, I think, macroeconomic news on Wednesday, I want to say. I think they're going to talk about rates on Wednesday. So we had 3 or 4 days of down. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we had 4 consecutive days of down, so pullback is not out of the question. But look, we're in blue until we're not, okay? For puts, we gotta look for underneath here somewhere, minimum. I'm gonna clean it up just to keep the chart clean. The TikTok question was, am I long SPY? In my long-term I'm always long SPY in my long-term portfolio. I'm always adding a SPY in my long-term portfolio. For day trading, we haven't taken any trades yet. We're waiting for a setup. The setups for calls, if you mean long on calls, is going to be a clean break and retest above this 5. Right now we're just dancing, we're hovering. We want to see motion above, we want to see motion retesting it, and then motion rejecting it. So until all that happens, you know, I'm not going to be happy with just one, you know, a 1 candle break and retest, not at the 5. When I'm saying motion, I mean the volatility inside of one of our channels. So I want to see motion above, motion retesting, and a motion rejecting. If you are in calls, because I did put this here earlier, if you are in calls, you need to be, your stop loss not needs to be, but I recommend along this blue. SPY disrespected a bearish fair value gap. This is why I choose to not trade off of, in my opinion, the market will tell us everything we need to know. Everything we need to know, the market's going to tell us. So I know there's certain rules of thumb that a lot of people, myself included, there's rules of thumb that, you know, when the price does a certain thing, we have an automatic reaction or an expectation. However, I've gotten away from that. And I realized that the market always tricks you. Whenever, you know, it should do a certain thing, it always does in my experience, every time I expect a certain thing, it always does the opposite. So I try to get away from that sort of stuff. We're still within this head right here. It should, okay, so let's say if it keeps going up, it's gonna be an annoying, ugly grind in a direction. If it does keep going up, it's gonna be an annoying, ugly grind. If it wants to go down, we'll have an idea of an ideal entry, right? We're gonna have an ideal. Here, I can just mark it out now. You know, in order for there to be any more upside, we need to see, you know, from the 5, a significant push and a retrace. It's a fair value gap now if it accepts. Oh, okay. Well, if you're in the call, hey bud, look, you're coming up to key level. You need to start thinking about what you want to do. I'm not sure when you get in on the call, right? But you need to start thinking about what you want to do, or adjusting your stop appropriately. All right. Can you guys hear me? Raul, can you hear me? Okay. Let's take a look at VWAP real quick. All right, we got VWAP all the way down at 6907. We got VWAP all the way down here. Alright, looks like we broke the blue on our 5-minute chart. Still in blue in the 1 minute. We gotta see how this candle closes. Still got 3 minutes on it. Yeah, we're still high above the water. Still high above the water. All right, so we broke this orange that I cautioned everyone about. We broke this orange. We're at the 5. Now we got to see what they want to do. Now we got to see what they want to do. High a day is at 70.90. We're still firmly strong in this blue. If you're in calls, your best bet is to guide off of this blue. When I'm saying guide off of, I mean, you know, adjust your stop according to this blue. This blue has all of the diagonal liquidity. We're going to look to see if they form support at 72.34. We're going to look for our call entry. This is the range. It's a wide range, so All right, so if we get to the top of this blue, we're gonna look to see if they wanna push through on a strong push or if they retrace back down to bottom blue. So if they push up with a strong push, if they break the top of this blue, they break it, they push up, we're gonna look for support at 72.34. We're gonna look for our call entry, or we wanna look to see if they start fading, and then it's gonna be choppy in between blue and the 5. Here goes the annoying grind. The annoying grind up. Clean up the chart. All right, testing blue again. Check on VWAP. Still a good distance away. If we have a choppy, annoying day, this is what you're gonna have to deal with. And then we have to watch out for something like this. For scalp puts, it has to be like somewhere like this. Something like this for scalp puts. The call scenario, like this. All right, these are the setups. It's gotta look like one of these things. One of these paths is the answer. Gotta be. Inputs. All right, crosscut. You're fighting the trend, kinda. You're fighting the trend. You know, we got an uptrend. We got a long way to go before we beat that trend. Below 67, 69. All right, I can see that. But while we're still in the uptrend, that you're fighting the trend, bud. You don't want to fight the trend too much, especially at the 5. I'm not saying you're not right, but if it's gonna go up, it's gonna be ugly and choppy. If it's gonna go down, it'll be probably a lot cleaner. All right, on the 30, we're at the 5 right now. The 30 has some room. The 5 is above everything's above the water. Everything's still above the water. All right, now for Discord, you know, the put scenario has to be somewhere. The scalp put scenario has to be somewhere down here. We got to be down here. Now, if it breaks this blue and just dumps right here, my bad. My bad, but we need to see some type of confirmation. We can't just, yeah, someone on YouTube is in puts right now. It may, but you know, we'll know more. We'll have more information when we get somewhere down here. See how the 5 and the blue, the 5 has the, what is this? The horizontal liquidity. This blue has a diagonal liquidity. They both hit at the same time, and you see all the liquidity, how they're kind of, it's going to take a lot to break this. It's going to take something like whatever I have drawn on the screen. That's what it needs to look like for puts. Otherwise, you're fighting the trend. You might be right, but in my estimation, it seems like you're guessing. What up, Nikki? Nikki 3684. Now, Cypher, if you, not a bad idea considering, I'm not saying who knows, right? No one knows, but what I always say is take the profit. If you made some money, take that profit. We hit the target, right? This morning was look for a play off the 5. We hit the target, so as long as you made money, even if it's $3. Even if it's $3. Look at this volatility inside this lick box, though. This is, yeah. All right, we see some wicks coming in. You know, we're still above the water, though. We're still above the water. Everything's above the water. I'm gonna mark out high a day. All right, so we have low a day in red, high a day in green. Our safety call entry is gonna be up here with support at 72.34. This is gonna be tough to trade in. You're gonna have to hold. You gotta hold. This blue's still holding up. We got about 3 minutes on this candle. Now remember, we broke this orange, right? We broke this orange. We're at key level. Start adjusting your stop if you're trading off the 30-minute chart. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. I'm saying don't be greedy. Sweaty bits. Look at all this. Look at all this. There's a lot of liquidity building up. So we see possibly a 71.41. Here, watch something. Look what we see. This and then this, right? So we'll see how many times they reject off of 71.41. One of them's gonna get tired, right? One of them's gonna get tired. Every time the bulls push it to 71.41, rejection. 71.41, rejection. And now they're having to buy a higher. They're having to buy a higher. They have to buy a higher. So one of them's gonna get tired and say, okay, you got it. Too rich for my blood. And then once we figure that out, we will capitalize. I'm just gonna slide everything over. Nothing's changed. Still the same setup. Nothing's changed. This is going to be tricky in here, right? The annoying grind. Remember, if we get above the 5, it's going to be an annoying grind. We see some wicks coming in on the 5-minute chart. We look over, you know, the trend is up, but it's oversold, overbought. They got room on the 30. They got room for more upside on the 30. So 71.41 seems to be resistance. So inside of this lick box, probably not a lot to do, right? We at least want to break and retest one of these levels. There's not a lot to do in here, right? And wait for that retest and reject on either direction because you want to protect against the stop hunt. Now look, if we get below here, we'll know all this liquidity got taken out. It'd be ideal if they did push up, stop hunt, and then push back down. That'd be ideal. Otherwise, it's going to be maybe an annoying grind back down. I think if you're playing inside of this, if this breaks and retests right here, like this, you can only ask until green. If we get to green, great. But it needs to be a clean break and retest. But you see how they're having trouble at 71.41. So 71.41 is going to need to have a significant candle break. Because if it just grinds above, you know, it's going to be really hard to day trade that. Now we see the price action between 71.41 and the 5. So there's, you know, definitely nothing to do in here. There's nothing to do right here. In my opinion, the best bet is going to be above this green. If we get above the green. All right, so look, a long-term pullback, well, let me not say long-term, but a reasonable pullback and continuation could look like this. Watch. This is on the table for the call entry. This is on the table for the call entry. The put entry hasn't changed. So if you want to get puts underneath the 5, you know where the next level is to watch out for. So we're going to say this is our 50-50. I need to make it a little bit bigger. Now look, I don't know when. I'm just saying at the price, you got to look to the right of whatever these paths are. Look to the right, look at the price. So we broke blue. We broke blue, but we're still contending with this micro liquidity up in here. Okay. All right, we're coming up to key level. We're on the top of the 50-50. All right, now we got to see what they want to do at this level, right? So if you took the break of blue, if you took the break of this blue here, now we need to figure out your life. Let's check higher time frame. So they broke the 5. Let's see if they retest, and then another push down. I'm just going to clean up the chart just a little bit. Okay. All right, let's see if we get back into this lick box here. All right, we can call this one. They're dancing right on top of this lick box. Let's see if we get underneath. Now we're gonna mark out break of blue. Okay. Let's see what they got. I'm just gonna slide this over just a little bit. I'll leave it. It looks too, I don't want to look like I cooked the books. Okay. All right, now let's see if they want to. All right, so they tested this level again, 6907. Let's see if they retest. Apply the bottom of this lick box and then reject. All right, here's second bite at the apple on 69.07. Okay. Got about a minute and a half on, a little under a minute and a half on this candle. Okay. Now look, you got to start protecting your trade, right? Easy money, no stress. Easy, just like that. We're coming up to the bottom of this line that I drew, so now you got to watch out. Probably going to be a little bit of, right? Right. All right, no stress, right? If you're waiting for the red, it has to go like this, watch. Something like that. There's usually always a little bounce or something whenever I end this line, so now we gotta wait. We're gonna have to classify this blue as a win also, whichever one you took. Four minutes on the candle. I'm just going to clean up the chart just a little bit. right, second bite at the apple. This is easy, right? Too easy. Oh wait, I can't say that. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted out. Back to market open, but we were able to capitalize, right? We're able to capitalize. We're able to do something with it. Now, if you're in exit strategy legs, you need to start adjusting. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying don't be greedy. That's what I'm saying. We're almost back at key level, right? So, but if you started adjusting, you know, you survive the hard part. You survive the hard part. Now you adjust. I'm not saying to stop yourself out, right? I'm saying to adjust. Be reasonable. Look at the money. Look at the money we are printing. Nice and calm, nice and easy, right? We said we're going to look for a break, a retest of and a rejection of this liquidity box. Remember? I actually have it drawn out, so I know you remember because I have it drawn. Of course you remember. And remember, our safety call had to be somewhere up. Not safety, quote unquote safety, had to be somewhere up here. Or at least minimum, we needed to break and retest this lick box right here. And then, you know, we can only target up to this green. But until then, look at the money we just printed. There it is. Nice and easy, stress-free. You don't have to stress. We already know what needs to happen. Especially when I say it exactly before it happens. Like, all right, let's see if we, you know, 6907, we're going to retest this lick box and then reject. Stress-free. You already know what needs to happen. Now, how you play it, you know, that's on you. Now, if you're doing exit strategy legs, now you need to start thinking about what you're going to do with your life, okay? If you're doing exit legs, you need to start thinking about what you're going to do with your life. But this is a good win, right? From blue to blue is a good win. And that's all you really need. That's all you need. Just little moves like this, you should be done for the day. It'll happen. It's going to take you a little bit of time. It's going to take a little bit of time. But this is textbook right here. This break, the retest, you know, right on my shoulder, and then the rejection. This is textbook. All right, now exit strategy legs is where you need to start to think. Now is the time to think. At this moment right here. This is the moment. You need to ask yourself, am I willing to hold through the weak cycle at this point? Am I willing to hold through the weak cycle? Do I really want to target key level? That's what you need to ask yourself. Or am I happy with the money I just made? This is a personal decision. That's personal. I can't do anything past everything I've already done. We knew the call scenario had to be up here. You know, the put scenario, we had blue, we had the break and retest. There's a couple opportunities to make money right now. Now you're asking yourself, you know, this is where you probably should be implementing a trading, paper trading. And you allow your paper trade results, not just today, right? It's going to take a couple days or maybe a week or a month, however long it takes, but you allow those results to guide you. You allow those results to show you how long you need to keep your runners. If you're taking runner, you know, there's multiple contracts, you're not there yet. But what I'm saying is you need data. Just like how we used all the data to figure out what was going to happen in our best entry, how we figured all that out, this is where you need to ask yourself your risk tolerance. Do you want to take at key level? Do you want to take at, you know, when you get to a certain amount of money? Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. All right. Let's see if we got a little bit more. We're starting to get to, okay, look, bottom of this lick box now on the 5. The entry on the break of blue. We're in blue until we're not, remember? Bang. You'd have to survive a little bit, but if you took your entry on blue, let's say 70, 86, you put your stop above the last high, a little bit more above, right? Because sometimes they like to smack you for $1, right? They like to stop you out by $1 and then continue on. So look, we're at the bottom of key level. Now you need to figure out your life. You need to figure out your life. This is, I'm not going to say easy, but this one got me right here. This one got me. That's fine. If I need to get back in, I'll get back in. If I need to get back in, I will get back in. Now, me, everyone knows, well, if you don't know, now you know, I like key level. That's what I'm comfortable with. I like key level. This is just something I'm comfortable with because it's, for me personally, it's more consistent. Legs is good too, but I realize I leave a little bit on the table with legs. So key level to me is probably been beneficial. And I'm not going to let these runners go against me, that's for sure. So I'm going to let the runners run for a bit. I took my first little bit on this one right here. And I did this assessment based on the 5-minute key level. I know I'm at it. I need to tighten up. There. Tightened up. I got stopped out somewhere here. Now let's see if these runners can keep going. I mean, I can't lose, right? I can't lose on the runners. I mean, I could if I did something silly, but I'm probably not going to do that silly thing. I'm just going to let it play out, and I'm going to adjust accordingly. No stress. You don't hear any stress in my voice. This is very simple. Not simple, but this is I'm not going to say simple because they shadow ban me every gosh darn time whenever I use certain language, but all I'm saying is certain things need to happen. That's all I'm saying. I don't allow 1 or 2 candles to dictate the trade. A certain thing needs to happen. When that thing happens, then I know my probability for success is increased. Now we're far below the water, so I'm probably going to use, for these runners, I'm probably going to use exit 2 and 3. Yeah, I'm probably going to use exit 2 or 3 for these runners. But I'm not going to be greedy. I'm gonna adjust when I need to. Now entering here, you don't want to enter a put on the bottom, right? You don't want to enter a put on the bottom. Therefore, we need all this to happen right here. Watch. You need this, and you need that. That needs to happen. Entering a put on the bottom, don't recommend it. Now, if it breaks and shoots down, my bad. My bad. I'm trying to prevent unnecessary risk. Chase this one too close, but you know what? So I don't have any more contracts. I wouldn't have been okay with this type of drawdown anyway from how much profit I had from it. So I'm gonna take my money. If it shoots down from here, oh well. I knew where the risk was. I knew exactly where the risk was, all right? So from here, what we want to look for now, that was a nice, not gonna say easy, perfect setup. I mean, no, it was a pretty good setup. It was pretty good. It's not gonna get much better. Let's look for this right here. So we're gonna use 6907 to see if we make resistance, or if it makes it above and makes support. We have to worry about no man's land right here. So no man's land is an opportunity for the stop. Hold on. Wrong thing. is an opportunity for the stop hunt. So let's see if we can translate. Let me update this 5-minute chart. Okay, the reason I like key level, profit and key level, is because me personally, this is just me. Everyone's going to be different. This is my risk tolerance. I'm not equipped to handle this type of drawdown. My armpits get sweaty. I start biting other people's toenails, things like this. So I'm not equipped for this type of drawdown. Should I hold until kingdom come? Maybe. But, you know, I like to secure the profit. If I know that there's some, if especially, what do they say? One bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush. I don't know if that makes any sense to people. Some people don't know what that means. All right, cross-cut, you're in the call, so... I hope you're scalping cross-cut. You know, you need to be scalping. You know, it's fine if you're in the call because, you know, we reach key level. We know there's going to be a bounce here. That's fine. As long as don't let it go against you. You don't get greedy. You take your profit. I think you'll be fine. But we have to watch out for, so there's going to be two, let's see. Probably two areas of okay, good. Yeah, I know. The red candle is a scary candle, man. All of us go through it. Everybody goes through it. I recommend you sometimes writing things out. Maybe I'm old, but writing things out, especially in this industry, it'll keep you a little more disciplined. So at this level here, I think you said your inputs a lot earlier. If your inputs here, you knew that 71.41 was the line in the sand, right? Because remember, we had this up on the screen, and I told everyone one of them is going to get tired. And we'll know. We'll know exactly which one, right? We're going to know. Now, granted, if you didn't get in on the blue or this blue, we at least had this shoulder here. And with this shoulder, we could have made something. I'm not saying we're going to make 100% of every move. What I am saying is, if we follow this strategy, we'll make something. We're going to make something. And that something is going to grow, and it's going to over time, you'll see the growth. It just takes time. Right now, you may see like, I only made $17 today. I only made $25 today. I could have made so much more. We've all been there. If you're having these thoughts, we've all been there. That means you're preparing yourself to be an actual trader, a day trader. You're preparing yourself because you have to go through this. Just like when your mom or dad throws you in the pool, you got to suck up some of that chlorine water. Your eyes are going to have to burn for a little bit, but eventually you're going to jump in on your own. Eventually, you're not going to fear when the water goes over your head. Eventually, that takes time. It's not going to be in your first toss. Your first toss, you're going to feel violated. Why'd you do that? I thought you loved me. You gave me a Go-Gurt. Why? How do you go from... No, you're doing fine, man. You're doing fine. Where'd you get all these emojis from? Those are pretty cool. Oh, okay. So one bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush. So I think this is like, I don't know, maybe a hunter's analogy. So if you have a bird secured, right? If you got one secured, you can eat something, as opposed to trying to get those two in the bush. Like, oh, I could get those two innocent birds over there in the bush, not looking. I could go sneak up on them and I don't know, eat bigger or eat more. If you got one in your hand, you know you got something. The two in the bush, maybe they're gonna fly away, or you miss your shot. I think that's the analogy. That's what makes sense to me. Like a hunter. That's what makes sense to me. All right, so we got to watch out for this. Because look, here's the structure we're looking for now, right? Watch. Look at this. Oh, what's that? What does that look like? What does that look like? You end up starving. Damn right. You end up starving. Old head. Who called me? Okay. Old head. Got it. Sometimes old head can be wise head. All right, we're getting to the no man's land. We're testing the top of this liquidity box here. Let's see if they want to grab the liquidity to finish off this handle from the 5. So when we're close to the 5 like this, when you're close to the 5 like this, appreciate you, Jones. You know, the rules are different. The rules are different when you're very close to the 5. It's because there's a lot of liquidity. There's a lot of people that see 2 birds in the bush. When the 5 is close by and you're day trading, those are 2 birds in the bush. You're like, dang, look at them birds. They're just sitting there. They don't know that I'm here. So the 5 is the rules kind of change. You got to be careful when we're next to the 5. We need some distance from it. We need some distance. If you're looking for any type of safety puts, it has to be underneath here. It doesn't have to be, but your best shot is to wait underneath this liquidity box here that we've already identified. Shayna's so quiet. Shayna, why are you so quiet? Shayna's too quiet. All right, look, we're in teal, okay? We're in this teal. Uh-huh. I'm just gonna clean up the chart just a little bit. All right, good. Hell yeah. Yeah, Shayna makes everyone uncomfortable because we're all trying to joke around and she's just sitting there stone cold like, what's wrong? But I'm glad you said something. And welcome. Also, Shayna, don't be afraid to ask the question, okay? Don't sit there not asking the question. Ask whatever questions you have, whatever extra clarification you need. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here to answer all the questions the best I can, right? If you're asking me anything outside of whatever the shit is we're doing right now, that's beyond me. But if you're asking me about this stuff, I got you. If you're asking me to identify risk, day trading spy, I got you. All right, let them figure out no man's land in here, right? We identified no man's land. Let them figure it out. This teal is brutal. This teal is brutal. Look, this is what we're in. This is what we're in. We're in teal, okay? So look, any reasonable play, this is only going to be on the 5-minute chart. It has to look like this. It simply must. It simply must look like this on the 5-minute chart. There's no other option. If you're playing around inside here, that's on you. You know what it needs to look like. If you took this flexion, you better don't be greedy. If you took this flexion here, because it's gonna touch this blue and start dancing, and it might travel up the blue. So don't get greedy here. This point right here, wherever this wick is it's gonna be actually it's probably here at 68.77. It's gonna be something. They need to figure out 68.77 and see what happens. And then we're gonna see if 68.77 can get us to blue. Now here's where we want to see the dance. We want to see a dance here. We want to see a dance probably here. look, if we get back to teal or red, whatever, they're kind of close together. If we get back to here, this play is over. Now we got to look for the next setup. The next setup is going to be a break and retest underneath. Shayna, once you train yourself to trade like a robot, it'll be easier. Because if you do take a loss, it's not going to affect you. And when you do take the win, you're not going to be upset with the $3 or whatever it is. So this whole trading thing, it's all a mental game, because we have to understand the market makers, their job is to turn around, smack you in the face, grab your stop loss, and keep going. That's their job. So once we allow some type of structure in your trading, once you allow for that, meaning, you know, whichever exit strategy you decide, that's pretty much, it's the exit strategy. That's what we need to figure. Because the entries, you know, we're solid with the entries. It's the exit. That's what we got to worry about. Or hesitating on entries. And then once we hesitate, then we're thinking, you know, let's say you hesitated and then you see this green one here. You're like, oh man, it's a good thing I didn't get in. And then you see it continue, like, gosh darn it. I'm sure we've all done that, like, at least 1 million times. At least 1 million times. Okay, I'm responding to a TikTok comment. This is for Chica, specifically. You're probably new, but I'll explain it again. I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. You know, often people ask me my prediction of the stock market. I choose not to predict, because every time I try to predict it, it does the opposite of whatever I think, right? What I do know is that certain things must happen to give me a higher probability of the next thing that I expect to happen. So instead of me trying to predict, I think it's going to go here or I think it's going to go there, what I do is I allow the charts to give me the information I need. So because right now what I can tell you is we're in the middle of the water. We're right back pretty much at market open. We're like cents away from market open. We see that we grab liquidity off the 5. We retested this certain level for maybe to finish off this, what is this? This inverse cup and handle, possibly, we don't know. So what we do know is that our best bet is that when this blue breaks, we can at least get to key level. So we're hoping that on the break of this blue that we get back to the key level. After that, we don't know. If you're looking for an entry on puts, if you have a desire to buy puts for whatever reason, it has to be like this. We need to break this, we need to retest this and reject off of this, preferably the teal. I know this red and this teal are very close together, but preferably the teal. I believe we're just inside of teal, and we're going to be trading inside of teal until we're not. So let me clean up this chart really quick, just to show everyone what I'm talking about. Here's what's possible just from the pattern that we see. We know on the bottom of teal, buy call. Top of teal, buy put. Buy call. So until this breaks, we don't know. We just know we're doing this. That's what we do know. So I probably didn't answer your question, but in my opinion, that's probably the best answer, is to not try to guess. Look, we don't need to guess, right? We have an idea of what the price needs to do. This is my daily chart. I put out a trading plan every morning. So trying to guess is, we don't need to guess. Certain things need to happen. Once those things happen, that gives us our highest probability of success. So look, here's one of the dances we wanted to see. So we wanted to see, well, it didn't actually. We wanted it to actually touch blue. So now it's touching blue. So here's the dance gosh darn it. Here's the dance we want to see. We want to see a quick down, up, down, on blue. This would be the dance over here. If that doesn't happen, then we're just in blue. And if we just stay in blue, then that means we could be in blue until when? Top of teal. Once we break teal, this is the setups right here on the 1 minute chart. We already have it marked out on the 5 minute. Now, if this inverse cup and handle plays out, great. Great. But what I'm doing is identifying risks. I'm identifying all the risks. Well, all the ones that I see present. All the risks that I see present. Now, I took profit. You know, this candle stopped me out. I'm not upset with that because I wouldn't have been, even if this does head down, I wouldn't have been okay with the length of time and with this amount of drawdown. Me personally. That's a tough pill to swallow, so to speak. Now, some of you're able to hold, right? You guys are really, I'd say, far superior to me in holding. It's probably something I need to work on, but you know, I like taking money when I see it. I like taking money when I see it legally. I legally like taking money when I see it. Leave me alone, YouTube. I'm just gonna clean this chart really quick. Clean up this chart just so we could all see. Less distraction. Here's what I can say. We're in teal until we're not. All right, we have resistance on top of this lick box, and we have resistance at 69.83, and obviously we're gonna meet some resistance at the 5. So this is why we don't front run anything. We gotta let it happen. If we're looking for the break of blue, we have to let blue break, right? We gotta let it happen. Don't front run. Let it happen. If you want some quote unquote safety, it has to be underneath here. Whatever I have drawn out here is going to happen. And if not, then guess what? We're just stuck in the chop. I'm not gonna say this is 100%, that one of these are 100%. I'm not gonna say it, but gosh darn it. But gosh darn it, it's, I don't know. Seems pretty solid to me. Seems pretty solid. Discord, we're gonna pay attention to this yellow. We're gonna start paying attention to this yellow. I still believe that the teal is the dominant algo here. Teal is the dominant. So we're in teal until we're not. Your best bet, if you're looking for any play, we're in the middle of the water, right? We're almost exactly in the middle of teal. Your best bet, if you're not willing to wait for calls, has to be like this. For puts, has to be like this. That's probably the answer. If not, we're just bouncing bottom of the teal, top of teal, bottom of teal, top of teal. Until that breaks, that's what we're doing. Now, if we keep resisting 69.83, right, one of them's going to want to break. One of them's going to want to break. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. I need to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Discord, I know I was a little late on this yellow, but if you did take the yellow, you need to start protecting this trade. We're coming up to key level, which is actually back at the 5, so I know I was late on it. Sorry, I was talking too much. But I did tell you we're going to pay attention to it, so we're going to wait for it to to set up above teal if we're waiting for calls, okay? The put scenario, still the same. Still gonna be the same, somewhere down here. Right now, middle of the water, nothing to do. Nothing to do here. I'm gonna take a quick break, I'll be right back, don't overtrade. Really quick, the resistance for calls is on the top of this teal. For right now, it's on the top of this teal until we break it. Some safety is going to be 72.34. I already have it marked out on the screen. Everything's marked out on the screen already. I was late identifying the yellow. That was my fault. I was talking too much. So on the win list, I'm not gonna add this one because I was kind of late. At least maybe 2 minutes late on it. And we're at the 5, so there's nothing really to do here. There's nothing to do here at the 5. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Now, some of you, I think, I'm not sure, but I believe some of you like to front run the plays. Oh, you don't like to, but I think you believe something's gonna happen before the actual setup, and you're like, I'd rather get in now, so if it does go against me, I can at least protect it sooner. I think maybe that's some of the logic behind it. But remember, so look, I had this drawn out like this. I had one here as well. We had this drawn out. So then people may be thinking here, oh look, it rejected, therefore it's probably gonna finish off this handle. However, what I did say also was we have to wait for the break of this blue, right? Because it could just travel up blue all the way back to the 5. That's exactly what happened. This is why it's I'm not going to say dangerous, but front running the plays is probably not our best bet. If the play goes without us, it goes without us. You have to be okay with that. There's going to be times when, when it breaks and just shoots off without us. You got to be okay with that. But this is a really good example of how I could draw a path. It could hit the exact level specifically, but the entry is on the break of blue, right? Break of blue, break of blue. We need blue to break because we know this is the liquidity. We know the algorithm. This is math, right? So the computers are already set to this angle, to this time, to this date. They're already set. And they know to buy. But if it breaks, then they know, okay, we gotta wait for the next buy entry, which was exactly on our key level. So none of this is a surprise. If you're front running the plays, trying to get ahead of it, I recommend you stop. There's nothing more I could say. You gotta stop doing that because we don't know. We know where the liquidity is. So the liquidity, and I said earlier, we're in diagonal today. The liquidity has to break. It needs to break so we know that a lot of people got stopped out. We need exit liquidity. So when they get stopped out on the break of whatever it is, when they get stopped out, that's how we know. So front running the plays is dangerous because you don't know if they got stopped out. You don't know. That's why we don't want to front run. Let it happen. And look, if it breaks and shoots off without us, we have to be okay with that. We have to be okay with that. But I don't recommend front running the play because it's rarely going to work in your favor. Rarely. Because they know what you're thinking already. They already know what you're thinking, but we identified teal, so we're okay. Now we're at key level. If you took, for some reason, this yellow, even though I was late on it, you gotta adjust your stop now. Okay, this is a comment from Rose. Rose asking about puts. Puts has to be like this. Watch. So we've identified this teal. See this teal? We've identified the teal already. Here we go. All right. So here's what we do know. We know that on the bottom of teal is the calls. On the top of teal is the puts. That's going to be a thing because teal is the dominant algo. This is going to be a thing until it's not. Meaning we have to break wherever this happens. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it needs to look like this. We need to break above, for puts, we need to break below, retest, and reject the teal. All of this has to happen for puts. For quote unquote safety, I also have marked out a pretty bright red line here. So, I had the line here. I had this line here, the red line, before we identified the teal. Now it's kind of confirmed this line here. I would rather go off the teal. The teal is more because we already know that where the computers are buying and selling at, right? They're selling here, they're buying here. This is computers doing the work. This is algorithmic trading. This isn't people just sitting on the side or in front of their computer saying, okay, buy now, sell now. That's not what's happening, right? They're getting orders, they're placing the orders where they think that the best bet for their clients, where the profit is. And we see the pattern that's in front of us. Until that pattern breaks, this is the algorithm. This is the computer buying and selling where it needs to or where it's programmed to. We understand that there is a buying channel in blue. See the buying channel in blue? We understand this is a buying channel. We understand this is a buying channel. So the buying channel is blue. When this breaks, then we'll think about something. Now, just because it breaks, we need to take into consideration our risk to reward. Where's the next level of liquidity at? Because this is our diagonal liquidity. We also have to, take into consideration our horizontal liquidity. All right, let me read Pala. I'm just going to call you Pala. Pala, whichever one. Would it be a good time to get into puts if there is strong rejection at the top of teal, or is it additional information? Okay, so again, this is the pattern. When this pattern breaks, we'll know because we'll break above teal. Now, as of now, what we can say is puts on the top of teal, calls on the bottom of teal. That's all we know. Asking me to predict the stock market, I can't do that because I don't know if we're going to get here and then it's going to break. So if we want to look for calls, it has to be like this: a break, a retest, and a reject of this teal. Same thing here. If we want to look for puts, it has to be the same thing on the opposite side: a break, retest, and reject. So sitting here trying to predict it, I don't recommend that. Now, if you're thinking, if you're thinking, yeah, but this is a wide range, I don't want to have to wait all this range, then there's nothing I can do. This is the mechanics of the market. Unless you know something I don't, this is our quote unquote safety. Let me not say safety. This is our best setup. This is the best we got with the information we have. So asking where's the best idea? It's on the 5-minute chart. The 5-minute chart already has all the information. All the information is on the 5-minute chart. Now, if you're the risky type and you want to do puts on teal, then that's on you. That's on you. But it would, I get it because you see the rejection on teal. I get it. And we could also see this right here from teal. So I'm going to give everyone a little bit of insight here. We could also close this cup, reject, and then before we head back up. So if you do take the break of teal here, you have to be aware of where the risks are. And the risk is probably around 69.91. So if they want to close this cup and retrace, we now know what is this? 69.91. This area around here, this is going to be the risk. So if they reject, here's your first risk. That's what we need to figure out. But we don't know that yet. So it's up to you to decide if that's a risk worth willing to take. While you're inside of here, this is all we know. Once we get above or below, we'll have a better idea of direction. That's the answer. So one of these things has to happen. One of these has to happen. And if not, then guess what? That means we're just stuck in chop. So there's our probabilities maximized. Now, unfortunately, I was a little bit late on this yellow. I guess we had time. I was a little bit late, but that was my fault. I was talking too much. So I'm going to focus a little bit more. Give me 1 second. All right, Rose. We see if we get above 71.41, you have to watch out for the stop hunt because they could stop hunt you. That's why we want to wait for a break and retest. If they retest this and start to test 72, you might want to go ahead and mitigate any more loss. From this point here, your safety puts have to be below this teal. It just does. When I say safety, I have to use that term conservatively because there's no safety in the stock market. We have our probabilities, a higher probability. So let's do a higher time frame look, and then we'll see what we got. See this 30-minute. We see this wick here. But we also see resistance at the 5. We are starting to get weakness on this 30-minute trend. There's a little bit of weakness showing up now. It's still got some room to go up though. A little bit of room. It still has some room to go up. We're above the water on our 5-minute chart, and we're above the water on our 1-minute chart. So everything's pointing for right now to the upside. Everything. We'll verify that once we get above this teal. Your saving grace right now is going to be this 5. This 5 is going to be your saving grace. But if it was me, I'd probably above 72.34. I'd probably cut those puts. While we're at the 5, if you wanted, I don't want to recommend this. I don't want anyone in the Discord to like actually take this to heart, but if you wanted, while we're at the 5, since you're already in your position, if you wanted to hedge that position, you could straddle. You could place a straddle. If you wanted to hedge that position, either mitigate your loss or hopefully take the win. Now the straddle is going to be buying a call. So you're in a call and a put at the same time, and you're going to wait till the end of the day to see which one wins, or you're going to wait till you break even. You're going to wait till you're satisfied with the loss mitigation, or that put is going to hit. But you're not going to get as much because you have that call, right? So it's you can hedge. If you're going to do it, it better be at the 5. All right, we might be starting compression time here. Compression time is when it goes sideways, annoying in a direction. And that could last until 1300. So we'll see. We'll let it play. This yellow is going to be tough here because we're up against the 5. I think we're competing between this blue and this yellow. We got about a minute on this candle. We need to see if they're gonna give us another flag, like they did here. If we get underneath, nothing's different. This is the lick box. Here, let me adjust it. If you're in the lick box, it's going to be, you see what's happening, right? Puts in the top, calls in the bottom. This is what it is. Right here, we're in the middle of the water. Your best bet, right here and right here. Nothing's changed. Same thing. All right, Chica. So the flag, this is on a very small time frame or a very small scale. But the flag in this direction, if we have this, and this, what this means is that we have an upward trajectory, we have liquidity building, and then the break should give us another push up. That's called a bull flag. And the same could be in the opposite, right? So, for example, we would have looked for a bear flag like this. If we had this, and this. If it broke this blue, then we were looking for a bear flag. All right, look, Discord. If you took the break of blue, you need to protect this trade, okay? You need to protect the trade because look, we're at the bottom of the lick box now. So level by level. If you took this blue, you have to protect it now. Trade protected. You have to survive some BS, but the blue is here. The stop above the last high. This blue's a winner. Just don't overstay your welcome because look, we're at the bottom of the lick box now. We know there's liquidity here. Why? Because this is where I drew it. See how they're contending between this blue and this yellow? Well, actually our setup was here on the break of blue. Let's see. From 70.37 down to 69. All right, this is almost a full point. Almost one full point here, right? And I know it wasn't pretty, but this is why I recommend use the 5-minute chart. We had our yellow here as resistance to show you, what was most likely to happen. All right, now we're slightly underneath this lick box here. Protect this trade. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying don't get greedy. It's already one full point. If you took the break of the blue, now you see what it takes. You would have to wait 9 minutes before the trade went into profit. 9 minutes. So if you're getting out of a trade in 3 minutes, you're only going to get 3 minute worth of contract value. This is what we talked about last time as well. Actually, that was in one of the videos from Friday. It was literally Friday's "How Did We Get Here" portion of the video. Now look at the money. Look at the money from break of blue, right? Break of blue. We want to build in purple. Break the blue. It didn't happen here. It happened here. This is a good trade, right? Easy money. We knew that the call scenario had to be the break of this yellow. Easy money. All right. We'll call this one. As long as you don't overstay your welcome, you're going to be fine. Look, we're at key level. Now you need to figure out your life. Now you need to figure out your life. We're in key level. So if our break was here, I'll put it where it is. If our break was here and you're following your exit strategy, you're technically still in the play. If your exit strategy is key level, then take it at key level. If your exit strategy is going to be the legs, all I'm saying is once we get to key level, don't get greedy. Adjust your stop. Our first key level is actually, in my opinion, this lick box, right? But look, if you're new, we identified the blue was our entry. The blue, we never broke blue until here. This is our entry. We don't have to worry about the entries. It's the exit. That's what we need to consider. If you're playing in here and you're not comfortable, Or because we're in here, you're not comfortable. I get it. Don't worry. That I understand that. If you're a little more cautious with your money, then you're waiting. Then you're gonna wait. You're gonna wait for either the break and retested teal up or the break and retested teal down. Either one. So on the upside, we're looking for calls. On the downside, we're looking for puts. If you're in this, I get it. This is the most risk in here. We've already identified that. Look, we're back at key level. As long as you don't get greedy. How much does this play? From 70.41 all the way down to 69. This is good money. This is good money. And you had to wait 15, 20 minutes? This is better than being a lawyer, in my opinion. It doesn't get any easier than that. In my opinion, you couldn't pay me to be a surgeon, or you couldn't pay me to do it, because this is too easy. Let me not say that. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that and you understand that, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted out. Okay, Chica on TikTok. Let me read your comment again. Give me 1 second. All right, you're asking when you should be assessing the play. The information is on the 5-minute chart. If you don't have access to this 5-minute chart, it's going to be impossible. It's going to be absolutely impossible if you don't have access to this 5-minute chart. All of our plays come off the 5-minute chart. I don't have a better answer for you, because the answers are on the 5-minute chart. We knew, you know, I think you have a different strategy in mind, so it's going to be difficult for me to figure out what your strategy is. I don't exactly know what strategy you're using, but with LST, it's color coded, right? It's a color coded strategy. We understand that the break of blue is our put scenario. The break of blue is our put scenario. And you know, it took me a little bit, but the break of yellow is our call scenario. So only the blue broke. This is our put scenario. So you'd buy, you know, even if you got filled at the worst possible time, on the 5-minute, let's say 670.17. And then we take a key level if you're happy with that. Or you're following whatever look at the money. Look at the money we just printed. Also, on the 1-minute, it's the break of blue. How do we know that? Because I have it, break of blue, break of blue. I announced to everybody I was late on this break of yellow. I was maybe 2, maybe 3 minutes late on this break of yellow. But I did identify it. There was still, look at the money we just printed. I'm sorry, Chica, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay. So yeah, all that assessment takes place on the 5-minute chart. Whenever we break and close above or below, whichever it is, that's when you take action. Now, there's going to be some times when the price breaks whatever the color is and just shoots off without us, and we got to be okay with that. We got to be okay with look at the money we just look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster sometimes. Look at this. Look at the money we just printed. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. Again, break a blue, break a blue, break a blue. We waited for the dance here. Never happened, right? That's what I said. Don't front run it. Wait for it to happen. Here's the dance on blue. The quick down, up, down. Right here's the dance. Down, up, down. You know, it would have been ideal inside of blue still, but it is what it is. We're at the 5. The rules changed a little bit at the 5, but the money is still rolling, and look at this money. Yeah, Chica, you need to join the Discord. I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know what strategy you're using. I don't know your setups. I don't know your exit strategy, so it's going to be very difficult for me to guess. You know, you're asking me to guess. I don't like to guess. I like to use data. I use the data that's in front of me to identify the optimal setup. Look at the money we're printing right now. Keep going. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. Now someone asked me about puts, when you should get out. I said, if we get above this, close out your puts. You know, I'm glad I gave you that advice, because now at least you had a chance to mitigate whatever loss you were going to take, or to take profit, whichever one. I think it was Chica. I'm not 100% sure. Somebody was in puts though, and they asked, when should they get out? And I told you, if we get above this, then you might want to start thinking about cutting your losses. Look what happened. You're welcome. You're welcome. Also, your best bet, join the Discord. You'll be fine. Look at the money we just printed. I need to pay attention. Give me 1 second. I need to figure out my life now. Give me 1 second. Oh my goodness. I need to figure out my life now. I'll be right back. Give me a second. This is the part I hate. This is the part I hate. We don't have issue. You know, hopefully it's all the same. Our entries, we don't have a problem with. It's the gosh darn exits. It's the gosh darn exits. Like, how much do I, you know, I'm trying not to be greedy, but I also want to maximize the play. And this is the part that, give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to focus. I'm still here. I'm just going to be quiet. Give me a moment. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Give me a second. I need to. I'm still figuring things out. Still figuring it out. I'm still here though. Okay, I'm just going to set whatever I need to set, however I see it fit. I'm going to set it, and I'm going to leave it alone. I'm probably... man. I'll definitely take some off on legs. I'll take some off on legs, and then I'm just gonna let the runners run just a bit, not too much. Yeah, I'm gonna leave some on legs, and then hold on, let me figure out my life. I'll be right back. Give me a second. See, I hate that. This is the part that I hate. We all go through it. If you go through it, we all go through it. But I will tell you, you know, I had to hold for how long? I got a pretty good feel on this one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We had to hold for 10 minutes. I held it for 10 minutes. You know, I knew we weren't above the 5, so I was okay with that. We stay below the 5. No big deal. Look at the money we're printing right now. Oh my goodness. Gosh darn it, Cletus. Look at there it is. So whoever I told to hold on to that put until we get above this, you're welcome. You're welcome. Certain things need to happen. Certain things need to happen. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. Do you see how long I have to hold and how uncomfortable I am? We all have to go through it. Once you get comfortable with being uncomfortable, to a certain degree, because I'm still not comfortable with it. But this is what it takes. You have to let it, you're going to have to let the, you know, we're in puts, right? So it's going to look like a red candle on your brokerage. You're going to have to let it go into the last candle a few times. It's just going to have to happen. I told you I'm doing legs for my first set. Thank goodness we're doing legs. Thank goodness it's leg day, baby. Let's go. Leg day. And good. Look, if you made money today, leave. You don't have to sit here and do this all day. Take your money and be happy with that. Take your money and be happy. Andre Roldan. All right. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your time. Okay, go to livespytrading.com. Chica, this is for you. Go to livespytrading.com. I'm going to get you sorted, okay? Now look, this isn't a get rich quick scheme. Hold on. Let me figure out my life. I'll take some off the table here. I'm going to set my stop and take some off the table, and then right. There you go, Jones. Look at Jones. Jones is a goon. Jones is a goon in real life. Oh my God, the enforcer. Listen, Chica, this isn't a get rich quick scheme, okay? This is gonna take patience. It's gonna take time, but it's gonna take discipline on your part. You know, the money's there. It's just going to take a little bit of discipline. As long as you look right here, man, I was nervous on this. I was a little nervous on this because usually I like to take at key level. Usually I'm out right here, but you know, I think everyone heard me. Everyone heard. I'm like, and then this happened, right? Sometimes I have to get up and walk away. All right, this one got me for my first set. I'm not going to let it go any further against me. So I might be out of the whole trade right here. We'll see. That's too much effort, Jones. It's too much effort. It's too much effort for some people. Because we already know the people that got me. We already know the people that are going to be successful. If that's too much effort, they don't got it. They don't got it. It's not for everybody. This isn't for everybody. That's something I've learned. Because usually, you know, what I like to think is, please don't do that. Please don't go up. This thing better. Okay. That's fine. We had a good entry, so. I played it too close, and this one got me right here on my runners. This got me. I should have at least waited until it made support above 69. Okay. Me included. Look at that. Look at this. That's so annoying. That's annoying. Anyways, if it's too much to hit like button, then they don't got it. It's not for everybody. This is not for everybody. It needs discipline. This takes time and effort, and you have to actually care. If this is a hobby and you're just buying random calls and buying random puts, look at, gosh darn it. All right, I'm happy for everyone else still in the play. I'm happy for everyone else still in the play. I could have let my runners run a little bit more, but I played it a little too close on my runners, and I'm not upset about it. I'm not upset. I'm fine. I probably should have got up and walked away like I wanted to, but instead I decided to start talking because I talk too much. But anyways, Chica, listen, this is not a get rich quick scheme or anybody listening. This is effort. This is patience. I had to wait at least 11 minutes for me to even make any money on this. You know, I really wasn't worried, but I had to wait at least 11 minutes, minimum 11 minutes to make any money on that play. And it actually went against by a few dollars. My stop loss wasn't even near. So I wasn't worried about stop loss, but we had to wait. And some people, they chase the candles too quick before they allow the strategy to play out. You're not allowing the legs to close, or you're taking trades on a certain time frame and then you're moving to another time frame, or you take a trade and then you focus on your brokerage. When you're focused on the brokerage and you're zoomed in, those red candles are going to look way bigger than what they actually are in real life. I recommend you take your trade, you get out of your brokerage, you assess what's happening in the real life chart, because we have to remember that brokerage is taking into account delta, theta, gamma, vega, all the rest. So it's going to be a little bit different, right? It's going to be a little bit different on your brokerage if you're buying contracts, option contracts. We need to zoom out and go into our actual real chart, the trading view chart, or whatever you're using. We need to use that. The brokerage is going to lie to you. It's going to be exaggerated. So because it's exaggerated, you probably need to put your stop. You're going to see peaks and valleys in your brokerage as well. So let's say, I'm just giving an example. Let's say you're here. Look at this. Look at this. It better go up. It better go up. I'm such a hater. But look. Let's say you had your stop loss here, right? Your inputs and you had your stop loss here. In the brokerage, it's actually, because of delta, theta, gamma, all the rest, it's gonna go above this a little bit. It's gonna go above this. It's not gonna be exact to this. So we need to take that into account. So when you're putting your stop loss, it can't be exactly on certain levels. You need to be a little bit above it. And that's probably good practice in general. Look at this, man. It better go up. It better. Oh my God, it better go up. Oh my God. If you're still in the play, congratulations. But this stopped me out for no reason. I could have waited for second bite at the apple down here. That's probably what I should have done, but I'm not going to be upset. Anyways, let me finish saying what I'm saying. If you're in your brokerage, it's going to look different. Zoom out and use your actual chart. Use a trading view chart. Okay? In your brokerage, when you see these peaks and these valleys, whichever side of the trade you're on, you need to be a little bit above it in your brokerage, because it's going to just stop you out and keep going. How many times has that happened to you already? Now we need to learn the lesson. Now it's time to learn the lesson. Okay, let me be careful with this yellow here. Yeah, watch out with this yellow. We're still in yellow now. Dang. All right, so look, we want to see if we're gonna make. Now my mind's out of it because I got stopped out for no reason. We want to see if we're going high, lower high. We want to see if we're gonna make a lower high. We need to see if we're gonna continue inside yellow. My mind's out of it now. I probably need to get up and walk away. This messed me up. I didn't want to get out, and I mean, obviously I did. I made a decision that I'm unhappy with. That's what it is. I feel FOMO, and I can feel it. I'm like, should I get back in? Because I was gonna hold on to it anyway, and that's probably the wrong thing to do. I probably just need to get up and walk away. That's what you know what? I'm gonna take a small break. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. This is me going through the emotion and in real time, live in real time. I'm going through the emotion. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, I'm over it. I'm over it. If everyone else is doing well, that's all I care about. I care that everyone else is doing well. I'm over it. Does this hurt? Oh yeah, it hurts bad. That hurts bad. But I think I'll be all right. I think I'll be all right. All right, we're at the bottom of the lick box, testing again. This red. Well, we haven't tested it yet, so look at that. Look at that. Look at. All right, I'm gonna repeat what I said in the Discord, which I think a lot of people do. I had a plan for what to do right here in my head, and you know, I let one candle separate me from flawless victory, but I let one wick. It was actually a wick. You know, I had a plan in my head, and I had plenty of room. I had plenty of room to let the runner run. You know, I should have been probably up here on the top of the lick box. Now, I'm not upset about this one taking profit here. I'm upset about the runners up here. Not that I'm upset, but I don't know. I had a plan, and then I got punched in the mouth, and all that changed. So it happens. You know, I'm not going to be upset about making money. We did really good today. We did very good today. We did very good today. What is this? From 70, hopefully whoever else is holding, this is 3 full points. This is 3 full points. This is good money here. Like, you know, and your parents always told you, you never amounted to anything. Okay. Okay. Yep, we'll see about that. We will see about that. Why be a doctor? Why? For what reason? You got to go through medical school, 8 years. 8 years of medical school, then 2 years of residency. And then when you first get on board, you're still treated like a piece of trash. And then you're doing 12-hour shifts? No, thank you. No, thank you. Don't need to do all that. And then you're around sick people. Sometimes they're sick in the head. No, thank you. How about this? 1.6 GPA? 1.6 GPA. Look at the perfect rejection off this yellow, by the way. Look at the rejection off this yellow and off of this key level here that I have highlighted. This is out, you know, you're not going to look at this. Look at, okay, let me focus now. We're on the bottom of teal. We broke, okay. Okay. Look, you ever want to know what the dance looks like? Here's the dance. A quick down, up, down. Now you see the dance, right? Uh-huh. If you've been waiting for this, you got to wait for all this to happen. Now you got to wait for all that to happen. Watch. Let me move this over. I think someone was asking for the next setup, the next play. Had to go through a little bit of I went through it. LST just went through it. Over here, man, I'm very not upset with myself, but you know, we could have done better. I should have done better. And then to hear myself saying, I was gonna hold anyway. Should I just buy another contract? And then look, right? And then look, it always happens. Even to, you know, a lot of times on the internet, you're gonna see like, I don't know, you know, fake results, false results, or, you know, they pick out things on a perfect day. At least with this, everyone can see me open kimono. Everyone sees what's happening. Yeah, I had a tantrum. Oh. Munyon. Don't worry, no one needs to hear you screaming into the pillow. This is the amount of Discord roasting me. Thank you, Malia. Thank you, but that was unforced error. Unforced error. It was me being a victim of I don't even know what. It's so, you know, it feels the worst when you don't follow your own strategy. It feels the worst. That's when it feels horrible. You know, if you start gambling, you're like, oh, damn it, I knew I shouldn't have done that. That's fine, but you know, when you have a strategy and you go against that, that's what feels the worst. In my opinion, it's hard to overcome that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, I'm just gonna let whatever. All right, look, we're dancing on. How much time we got? A little over a minute and a half on this candle. Let's see if we can get some push. We might see, excuse me, a little dance right here. On teal, right? We might get a quick down, up, down. But let's see if it breaks. Let's see if they break it. Hanmura. I don't know if that's a Japanese name. In my mind, it sounds Japanese. Hanmura. I'll say it like that. You're welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Hit the like button if you don't mind. Look at this. 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 Let's go. Man, Hanmura, I don't know how to say your name. I'm gonna call you Han. Han. I don't know how long you've been here, but I just, man, I went through an emotional breakdown right here because I was in puts and I could have held, and then look at it. And then look at it. Got a nice wick on the 1227 candle. We still have 18 seconds left on this candle. Now we are below the teal, right? We wanted to wait for this teal. We're below the teal. We actually closed below it on this 1220 candle. So we need to prevent against the stop hunt from here. Preventing against the stop hunt, we need to see a break, a retest, and then the rejection. So now we need to, let me read this. Yeah, 0 trade so far. Took a heavy loss Friday. Damn it, Han. Don't worry, brother. I got you. I got you, Han. I think, let me see our Friday. Oh man, our Friday was crazy. We had a really good Friday. we had a good Friday. We had a very good Friday, actually. Go watch my video from Friday. You'll see it, brother. All right, let's see if we're going to get the break, the retest. We want to see this candle just started. Let's see if it rejects. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you were here earlier and we had plays, this is our setups, right? We wanted the blue to break. We had the break of blue right here for the big win. The break of blue right here for some extra. We had a break of blue right here for the one that put me into the the one that put me into the sad house right here. And I had a really good entry on this. I had a very good entry, and then I allowed one wick to mess me up, man. But like Malia said, we're gonna stay disciplined, and I'm gonna have to put that in the rear view mirror because I got people watching me and depending on me. So let's see what we got. We want to look for a break. Here, let me zoom in just a bit. We want to look for a break, a retest. We want to see some rejection under this teal. This is what we want to see here. We got 3 minutes on the candle. I'm going to be here off to the side quiet. Give Give me 1 second. I think we identified secondary liquidity. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We identified secondary liquidity. Let's look for this one. Even though this technically would be buying at the bottom, right? We don't ever want to buy puts in the bottom. So it's gonna be sketchy, but the secondary liquidity is right here, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Let's see if we can find an entry not so bottom. We want to look for not so bottom. You know, that's what they used to call me in high school, not so bottom, because I have a flat butt. So they call me not so bottom. Yeah, all the boys, they were mean to me. All right, let's see if we get what do we got? A minute and a half on this candle? Man, they're oversold. This is sketchy. I don't like buying on the bottom. Man, I might just take my win and call it a day. We had really good wins. We had very good wins today. But buying a put at the bottom, I refuse to do that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. So got 30, a little over 30 seconds on the candle. Okay. Okay, I like that we broke. I like that we retested. Let me focus. I'm going to be quiet for a little bit. I'm still here. I'm just focusing. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to answer Chica's question. Typically, I buy at the money. So I'm looking for the closest I can get to a 50 delta. Now, as far as the expiration, that depends on time of day. And it's very rare that I do one day. Or, you know, if it's the weekend, you're going to have to do more than that. But I like to do my trading in intraday. That's when I do. Give me 1 second. I like to do my trading intraday. Very rarely do I buy maybe a one-day contract. It depends on how the market's moving. If the market's moving, I could probably make my money back. If it's not moving, I'm gonna have to buy some extra time. Especially if I have a trading plan up and the trading plan's hitting, then I'll kind of have an idea of what to expect next. But I have all the trading plans in the Discord. Every morning I have a trading plan. Let's see what they want to do. Number 1 on yellow, and number 2 above, if they get above 68.14. But we see secondary liquidity right here. So if you're in puts, like I was, man, that was a good memory. That was such a good memory. But if you're in puts, you probably want to look. You probably don't want to wait, or excuse me, you probably don't want retracement too much above 68.18. If it gets above that, you probably want to figure out your life at that point. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, look, speaking of a bear flag, watch. You see how we see this, this, then this, then this. So whoever was asking about the bear flag, this is like textbook right here. This is textbook. Essentially we can look for the same thing over here. We want to look for this, and then this, and then this. Oh gosh, hold on. We got problems. But again, above 68.18, I'd probably start to look the other way. I want to see that we firmly and decisively break, retest, and reject this liquidity here. Let's check higher time frame. I'm going to mark out the secondary liquidity. Oof, we might be starting the bear cycle here on the 30. This bull cycle might be on its death throes. We might be starting the bear cycle here. Let's see what happens on this bull cycle. Now look, there's a lot of liquidity in this yellow here. If you want to look for some upside, it's got to be above 69.07 for any type of safety like this. And then you can only target 69.83. But we're still in purple, we're still in blue. Your safety calls, quote unquote safety, has to be above the 5 MA. If you're taking the risk in here, this is risky business in here. We had a level of liquidity at 18, and we have another level. We're actually breaking it right now. secondary liquidity is how we originally had this teal here, which means that there's a lot of liquidity built up here. The reason why we want to wait for a break and retest is to identify either if we're going to make secondary liquidity, meaning that if it does break, we should get some movement below it to the downside. But it's also showing that the algo has just been extended. Now look, if you took this yellow, you got to protect this trade, right? You got to protect the trade in the break of yellow. If this bear flag was going to happen, we wanted to look for a minimum a break of this blue. Minimum a break of the blue for the bear flag, right? If you took this yellow, don't overstay your welcome. Key level at 6907. We're still inside purple, still inside blue. Let me make blue a little safer. So blue's gonna be the gatekeeper here. Let it play. Whichever one you're in, you gotta let it play. Remember, blue's gonna be the gatekeeper. So look, if you're looking for puts, buying at the bottom, I don't recommend it. You know, if it were to break and just keep going, my bad. We want to look for a better entry, right? A better entry. Those are better entries when we build in purple and then break the blue. when we build in purple and break the blue. So let's look for a better entry than the bottom. You see what I'm saying? You feel me? But if you're in calls, on the break of this, what is this, yellow? Hopefully you're treating this the way it should be treated. All right, I think there's an order block at 68.25. So if we break 68.25 to the downside, let's see if we get a strong push. Blue is going to be the gatekeeper here, okay? Blue's the gatekeeper. If you're trying to scalp calls, you really need to adjust your stop now, right? This is your second bite at the app. This is the break, the retest. Now you need to figure out your life. So look, we broke yellow. We retested the same level. Now you need to figure out your life. The reason I'm saying scalp calls is because our quote unquote safety calls aren't till above the 5. If we get above the 5, maybe let it run a little bit. But at minimum, you know, we want to probably break and retest 69.07. But if you're scalping inside the lick box, just don't overstay your welcome. If you're waiting for key level, then wait for the key level. All right, we hit key level on the break of yellow, right? We're going to call this one. That's a good win. Now just don't overstay your welcome. From 68.25 to 69.07. This is good money. You know, you had to wait. Let's see. 12:40. 13 minutes. You had to hold for 13 minutes. So I think we see a. Oh, look at this. Look at the rejection right on. Well, I'm not saying rejection, but we know there's some volatility right here, right? But you would have to wait 13 minutes. I think we see a pattern. I think we see a pattern, right? If you're getting in and out in 3 minutes, then you're going to get 3-minute money. Or if you would at least, you know, if you waited for key level, or if you'd have waited for the legs to close, you'd probably be better off. So sticking to the strategy is always going to be our best bet. Remember, blue is going to be the gatekeeper. So we're in blue. This still a thing. Nothing's changed, right? Puts in the bottom, calls in the top. Puts in the bottom. We're gonna see if we get calls in the top. We also need to see if we're doing, excuse me, a high, lower high, lower high. We need to see if this is gonna happen. So 69.09 is gonna give us some good information.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
I have it 69.07 on the 1 minute. Got about a minute and a half on the candle. Remember, 68.25 is going to be a major level. 68.25 is going to be a major level. If it wants to go down, we need to be below 68.25. Okay, Trump's talking right now, so we're about to see what's going to happen. Steer clear until we get direction. Trump's talking right now. We're little fake out on blue. They're still in blue. Okay. He's most likely going to say something positive. We'll see. We'll see. A lot of volatility. Stay away. Stay away till we get direction. If we get above the 5, look for your calls. If we get below this lick box here, look for puts. A lot of volatility coming in. They went right to the top of the lick box here. Right to the top of the lick box, right here. So there's major liquidity on the top of this lick box. We can see that. That's pretty clear. If he starts talking about oil prices and more war, look for some downside. See, these are the events we can't account for, right? The random events that can trigger disrespecting the algorithm. These are the things you can't prepare for. I mean, we knew he was going to talk because we have a reporter on the inside. Let's let this liquidity box tell us what's going to happen. This is going to tell us what's going to happen. $69.09. If we get above, we gotta look the other way. All right, look, this is the liquidity we're contending with right now. Right here. We need to figure out what's going to happen in here. I'm going to clean up the chart just a little bit. We're coming up to 69.09. If we make it support, we got to start looking the other way. I think everyone's listening to Trump talk right now. I think he's probably going to say something positive because he always has to say something positive. The market's going to react, grab liquidity, and then dump. That's what I think. That's what I think is going to happen, but who knows? If we get above the 5, then I'm wrong. Which I've been wrong before. This is tough. Everyone just needs to stay away. Stay away. It's too much volatility. At the 5 moving average. This is the 5 moving average. So whenever we get above this, we got to look to the upside. The first step to get there is to break this liquidity box though. If we can't get out of here, or when we get out of here, it's going to give us some direction. This is the, here are the options. Here are the 2 setups. Which, this is in a normal market without Trump talking. This is what it should be. Or, whatever I had before, which is this. So there's a bit of no man's land right here. But I'm pretty sure he's going to try to say something positive to make everything look, you know, rosy and green. We form secondary liquidity in blue. Here's the actual blue. Man, I should probably be listening to it. I want to listen to what he's saying. If he talks about war and all this stuff, oil and war, in a negative way, if he's like, yeah, more wars on the horizon, or we're putting boots on the ground, if he talks like that, it's probably going to be, you know, negative. But he always talks positive about stuff like that, so I'm just worried that he's going to say something positive, the market's going to grab liquidity and be like, cool story, bro, and then dump. So best bet, especially in here, this is going to be volatile. He just started talking. Nothing we can do about that. Nothing we can do about that. Okay, he's talking about using AI, which NVIDIA and NBIS, they had a big move. They had a big move in pre-market overnight. Let's see what they do on this liquidity box right here, on this micro liquidity box. Let's see what they do. Okay, so we know for sure 69.50 and 68.25. Plenty of liquidity in here. If there's any upside, we're gonna break, retest, and reject this liquidity box. Downside, same thing. Break, retest, reject underneath this liquidity box. Oh, we broke 09. Look, we broke 09. I said if we break 09, we gotta look the other way. Oh, 07 right here, yeah. This is too hectic. I don't recommend trading in this environment. If you're in the trade, you're gonna have to be very uncomfortable with your stop loss. Your stop loss is gonna have to be very uncomfortable. My bias means nothing, so don't go off my bias. Everyone has a bias, and I'm usually wrong. I've already explained it, but my bias is that he's going to say something positive, the market's going to react to it, they're going to find some point of liquidity, maybe the 5, maybe who knows where, and then before they pull back. But if we get above the 5, then we can only target top of teal. They're struggling at the top of the lick box here. What's that? Are you revenge trading right now? Okay. Okay, good. Take whatever the money is and be happy with that. This is tough. Look at all this volatility in here. This is tough. There's nothing to do inside of this box. There's nothing to do inside here. They're not respecting any algos anymore. He's saying whatever he's saying. Now it's the Wild West. We're still in teal until we're not. We want to see if we're creating the high. Oh, hold on. The high, lower high, lower high. We need to see if we're going to make this lower high. All right, the next target is going to be 69.83. Resistance at 69.62. I'm just going to clean up the chart just a bit. Let's see. Okay. Almost to the next target. Just short. 10 cents, 11 cents short. Excuse me, 9 cents short. This is tough to trade in. This is damn near impossible. You're gonna have to make your trade and put uncomfortable stop. And then get the money when you can and get out. Be happy with whatever you get and call it. Is he still talking? All right, Sup. We're all waiting on you, or we're all depending on you to let us know what the news is. They're struggling right here at this top of this liquidity box here. All right, well, we want to see if this is the break, the retest. We'll see if they reject off the top of it. Yeah, they said to hell with your algo. To hell with that. And for whatever reason, I have this line right here, so if you're looking for any type of safety, quote unquote safety on your calls, it's got to be above the 5. We have to watch out for the lower, high, lower, high, lower, high. Still above the water, be careful. Still above the water. Everything's saying sideways. Everything's saying sideways, so we'll know above the 5, we'll know if we're going up, and probably below this red, we'll know if we're going down. There's nothing really to do inside this liquidity box here. We're still above the water. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. There's nothing really for me to say. We just gotta let this play out. Okay, we're stuck between teal and orange. We're in between the teal and the orange, for sure. So we might see a little bit of this going on right here. So eventually they're going to meet up, right? Eventually they're going to meet up. We're in between the orange and the teal. Okay. We're almost back at market open. Market open was about 68.20. Okay, 68.25 is market open.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Technically still above the water. I'm gonna clean this up. This is, you can see it. We're just going sideways right here. We're still inside this no man's land right here. I'm just gonna highlight these algos so we can see a little bit better. I want you to see that we're in between both of them. We're seeing a lot of rejection wicks, but the price has just been pushing up. Technically above the water, but it's overbought. And on this 30-minute, a week bear cycle is going to tell us just sideways. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. All right, so it looks like we're still creating the higher high, or excuse me, the high, the lower high, the lower high on the rejection of this orange. Yeah, we see we're just forming like a wedge in between the two, in between teal and orange. So still in this box, there's nothing to do in here. On a small time frame, we want to see if they're going to maybe make like a shoulder here and a shoulder here. We'd have to reject off this yellow as well, and then for this head to form. So all of this, the rejection of the yellow, a rejection underneath 6907, all that needs to happen. And then that'll just get us to the bottom of the lick box. We got a little over 3.5 minutes on this candle. So we want to see if we're gonna start trading on the top of. So you see this one big orange, right? From the top here to the bottom here, there's a half channel right here. We want to see if we're trading on the top of the half channel and also on the top of the half channel in this teal. If we start trading below, then that's downward pressure, obviously. So I'm gonna get rid of the channels really quick, but just so we can see what I'm looking at, what's in my mind. A little over 1.5 minutes on the candle. All right, if you took this shoulder, we're at the bottom of the box, so be careful, protect your trade now. See, look, this was the perfect rejection off yellow and the perfect rejection from 6907. Right? This was textbook. And then where did it go? Right to the bottom of our lick box. Perfect, right? Here's the second bite of the apple on the bottom of the lick box. Okay. Now, when you join the Discord, you don't have to worry about me switching in between charts and all this. You can track on your own. So you should have the chart. I have a channel just for charts. Okay, here we go. Okay. Hold on, let me focus just a bit. We have a channel in the Discord just for charts. So you can manipulate the charts yourself. The only thing you can't do is edit them. But this right here, textbook. I chased it a little close on this, so this one stopped me. I'm here, I'm just focusing, give me a second. Got about a minute on this candle. All right, brand new candle. Little over 3.5 minutes on the candle. This one just took out my runners. I had runners right outside of break even, so like $1, $2 outside of break even. And this one just took out my runners. I tried to be the hero. I didn't want to do what I did over here. And I tried to survive as much as I could. I'm like, I'm not going to let it go against me. It better not go down. They better go up. They better go up from here. If it goes down, I'm going to go through the same thing I just went through. Because I wasn't willing to go negative on the runners. Yeah, I just wasn't willing to go negative. Come on, man. Oh my gosh. You know, it would have stopped if I just would have left it a little bit. Oh my God. It better not go down. It better go up. They better go up. See, I'm too stingy. I wasn't willing to take any loss on the runners, and I moved it to inside just barely, and I waited all this time, and they got me. Okay. Yeah. I'm going through it today. I mean, we're not negative, but I just feel like I could have done better. I'm being too stingy. This one got me just exactly like the same amount that I had to protect it was the same amount that it went against. So if I just would have went the opposite way and protected it the opposite way, I would have been fine. It went just inside my original, well, not the original I got in. I tried to get in on the bottom of this candle, so I got filled somewhere in here. Once I saw the wick, I was like, okay. And then I got filled in somewhere in this candle here. So I had a little bit of room. So this candle got me. The 1358 candle got me. And now look at it. Now look at again, like the same thing. And I told myself, okay, I'm not gonna chase it too close this time. And I also told myself, I don't know if everyone saw me like literally counting the number. I could have just looked at the bottom. So 40. I was like, all right, you need to hold for like 15 or 20 minutes. And I didn't, obviously. It better go up. It better go up. Man, maybe I just need to just take all my profit at level, key level. Just key level, because key level usually does me right. I could do a lot better if I didn't let my runners run like I do. See, if it gets above 07, I know I wouldn't be comfortable at this point. I wouldn't be comfortable, and then I would definitely stop out for. If I didn't protect it, it would have stopped out for a loss. So, because I know I'm not comfortable with this. But maybe I need to start just doing however many contracts and taking a key level, and then be happy with that. Because I'm trying to hold these runners, and I'm actually just. Unless I'm gonna play it right, I don't know. I need to. Stop being so stingy. I just don't like going negative at all. I hate it. It's the worst feeling to me when it goes negative. And it's not even by like any real money. It wasn't by any like serious amount. I'm just so stingy. Or was it? It was right here on this candle. I got filled on this one though, somewhere towards the top. I will say I got a pretty good fill, but it better go up. That's all I got to say. If it doesn't go up from here, I have problems. I'm gonna karate chop this goddamn laptop if it doesn't go up. It needs to go up. goodness. Okay, I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm here. I'll recap this last trade. I got filled on 1347 candle. I rode it all the way down, as far down as I could. I probably got stopped out somewhere in this candle here. Well, I definitely got stopped out somewhere in the 1351 candle on my initial contracts. I held runners to right somewhere, you know, right around. What I was focusing on was a little underneath this candle body. So I was a little underneath this candle body. This was my protection, just to keep the runners still profitable. And then I got stopped out on the runners on the 1358 candle. So that's how that trade went. I'm not upset. I'm glad now. Now I'm glad. Now I'm okay, because I went above. So I think my record, I'm probably like maybe 60-40, where 40% the runners actually help me. Not that the runners don't help, it's just that I'm not playing it right. 40% where the runners actually help, and 60% where I could have done better if I just would have taken all my profit at key level. So I need to start crunching some numbers and figuring out what's best for me. And I could just be thinking right now, because of today, how runners got stopped out for little to none. You know, the initial contract, you know, I'm okay with that. I like those setups. But I think I'm giving those runners a little, maybe I just need to, I don't know. I'll figure it out. Okay, if you took yellow, you need to protect this trade. If you waited for yellow, you took yellow, you need to protect this trade. All right, we're coming up to orange right here. We're coming up to orange, so be careful. This candle has a little less than 3.5 minutes on it. So we're coming up to this. So if it's not going to reject and wedge like this, if we're not doing that, here, let me show you what I'm talking about. See this heel right here? If we're not doing this, just wedging between teal and orange, then we have to watch out for this. Which would be, yeah, a retest of teal up here. 2.5 minutes on the candle. All right, I'm going to remove this one. Let's see if they want to get back to the 5. All right, so we broke above orange. Still got a little under 2 minutes on the candle. We went from this yellow to key level to key level. So we know there's resistance here. Your safety calls, if you didn't take this yellow, is going to be BRR above the 5. I guess we can call this one. Yeah, I need to get back to just taking profit at key level, I think that's what I'm most comfortable with. That's what I'm most comfortable with. So I can leverage that risk that I have, that risk tolerance that I do have for key level. I should just leverage that instead of trying to be a hero every time. That's probably what I need to do. Got 35 seconds on the candle. All right, let's see what this orange has got. Let's see what this orange got. Three and a half minutes on the candle. Two and a half minutes on the candle.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, brand new candle. Heavy resistance at 69.78-ish. Yeah, right here, 69.78-ish, heavy resistance. We got the key level right here, 69.83 on the 1 minute. Okay. All right, this orange did us well. Just don't overstay your welcome now, okay? Just don't overstay your welcome on orange. This one did us well. Now we're coming up to this level right here. Let's see if we can break it. Let's see if we can make this support. If we can make 69.83 support, that'll be beneficial. Okay, here we go. Now let's see if the 5 is next. Okay, again, same thing. I took some out here. I'm probably on the bottom of this candle, chasing it too close. Now I gotta let the runners run, see what they want to do. Same thing I just did. All right, now let's see. Let's see what we got. I need to get a little bit. Okay, a little bit up. I need just a little bit up. A little bit up. So, trying to let these runners run to the 5, but now I'm like shooketh. Like I can't lose, so I'm fine, but I'm just trying to find that balance between being greedy and taking profit, and I'm just trying to find that balance, and it's not that easy. I probably need to get up and walk away. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get up and walk away. I can't lose from here. So whatever happens, happens. I'm gonna leave it. And I'm gonna get up and walk away. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
This one took me out. I was chasing it too close. This one just took me out. I was chasing this way too. I mean, whatever. Let's see what we did. Me personally, I got filled at the top of this candle body. 53. Okay, a little more than half a point. Not bad. I'm not going to complain about it. I think it was a good move. I may have stopped myself out too early, but there's no way I would be okay with this type of drawdown. I started to, I think everyone saw me starting to chase it with my little teal line. and I was like, really? I was right up on it. And this one got me. So if it goes up from here, it goes up. I think we had a good day. Yeah, that was, that one got me. This one got me, but there's no way I would have been comfortable with this drawdown. Because I already know I'm not a, you know, I would love to look back at the end of the day and be like, look how long I held, and I knew, you know, but I'm just not built like that. So, you know, I think basically what I did here, I waited for second bite at the apple. Once I saw, and then I saw this wick kind of scared me a little bit, but then when I saw this, I started chasing it. I think everyone saw my little teal line that I was chasing it with. And then I just left it. And then this one came in immediately and got me. But, you know, we got the half a point. So that's not a bad move. On multiple contracts, I think we did all right. We did all right. I'm not going to be upset with that. Unfortunately, I didn't catch all the way from yellow. Unfortunately, I didn't catch this. I was only able to catch it from orange. So technically, well, actually, I didn't even mark this yellow out. So orange is what we had. If you're still in it, let me see. You see where the resistance is. It's at 70.04. Oh my good. I'm not even upset if it goes up, because I was trying to hold till the 5. I was trying to, but then, you know, this thing came in and I got punched in the mouth. I got punched in the mouth, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So again, the entry was on the break of orange. So right here, I didn't get a great fill. And then I had to survive this. I had to survive this candle right here. So as soon as I went in, immediately went against me. I'm like, okay, just survive. I survived. And I knew I had to wait 15, 20 minutes. I knew that was going to be what it was. This was 20 minutes right here. This one was 20 minutes. You know, at least, you know, I think we did okay. I'm not going to look down on making money. Could I have done better? Sure. Everyone's going to look back and say they could have done better. They could have entered better, yada, yada, yada. Everyone's going to do that, me included. I knew what risk I was willing to take. The break of orange was the entry. I took the break of orange. That's all I could ask for. Because we're looking to see if they're going to form a wedge like this. Right? So the wedge is usually, whenever I draw that wedge, that's damn near 100% winners. Damn near 100% winners. And, you know, we see the drawdown that's happening on each of these moves. Again, we don't catch 100% of the move, but we get something out of it. And when you get something, when you have multiple contracts, it adds up. It starts to add up. Let me go ahead and recap. Let me recap. Early this morning, the first thing actually this morning, we identified a break and retest to the 5. I didn't get involved over here, so I didn't do anything over here. We did wait until the break of our blue. I think most of us probably got in here. If anything, we had a shoulder right here that was drawn out. The path was drawn out right here on this shoulder, but the blue probably would have been the best entry. Well, obviously would have been the best entry. We identified the yellow. I was late on the yellow. I was late identifying the yellow, but we did have one. we had one here. We had a yellow here. What time is this? 12:40. Oh, okay, this one right here. We had this yellow here. And then we had this orange. So I think... Okay, and this one right here is a break of blue. This one's our break of blue on this one. So break of blue, break of blue, break of yellow, which should have been... I didn't have this one marked out. So we did break of orange right here. So if you're still in this play and you're holding to the 5, you're better than me, because I in my mind, that was the game plan. Hold till the 5, no matter what. And then this candle came in. So something I gotta work on. Something I gotta work on. Maybe I just need to, I don't know. I just gotta work on it. Something I gotta work on. We all have room for improvement, right? But I'm not gonna look down on making money. We did good today. I hit my, we did above my daily. I don't have a target or a goal, but I have an amount that I'm used to, so we're above that. We're okay with that. So for the wins, give me a second. For the wins, we're going to count I'm going to use the 5-minute chart for the wins today. For the break of blue, the yellow, and then the orange. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You better, come on, man. I tried. I tried. If it would have just done this, I probably would have been fine. But, this one this candle right here, this one got me. This one got me. All right, I'm going to borrow this chart for a second. I'm going to do some admin. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. But before I go, hopefully we're all seeing that, on these plays, especially on the 5-minute, maybe 15, 20 minutes, that's probably the range we're looking at, right? So if you're taking a play, if you're moving your stop within 3 minutes, you're gonna get 3 minutes worth of value. As long as you put your stop reasonable, right? Below the last low, above the last high, whatever it is, I think we're gonna be fine. We don't have to worry about our entries. It's our exits, right? The exits are the only thing messing us up. Now, when Trump started talking around, I think it was actually around here. Maybe around here. Where was it? No. It was somewhere over here. Because this blue was like, I want to say it was like this. I think this blue was originally like this. So maybe maybe some of us may have got stopped out here if they took the break of blue here, because we had this drawn. We had something like this drawn, which I think it was like the cup and handle pattern. So I understand if we got stopped out here. This one makes sense. But again, if you put your stop above the last high, we would have been fine. You'd be fine. And then the entry on yellow was here, or we had this orange. So just a quick recap of what we did. If you got stopped out here, I get it. They formed secondary liquidity. Damn near perfect secondary liquidity as well. Damn near perfect. So it happens. You're not going to win them all, but as long as we stick to the strategy, we're going to be okay. And I'm noticing a pattern here. 15, 20 minutes sounds like what we need to do, okay? 15, 20 minutes, that's what it's looking like. If we're in and out if you're taking 3-4 minutes, you're doing key level type stuff. If you really want the contract to gain some value, 15-20 minutes. That's what we're looking at. Okay. I think we can all agree to that. Maybe, I don't know. You know what? It depends on your strategy. It depends on your risk tolerance and what you're comfortable with. Me, I'm not comfortable with this. with the 1428 candle, especially not when, I just entered here and I waited 20 minutes and then I see this big, what are you going to do? And I told myself, I'm holding till the 5. I'm holding till the 5. I told myself I was going to do that. And then they always turn around, smack you in the face and keep going. They always turn around, smack you in the face, tell you how dumb you are, and then keep going. Luckily I didn't have my stop all the way down here, but I'll come up with something. I'm going to come up with something for everybody. I'm going to come up with a checklist. I'm going to come up with a checklist for everybody to use. And then I think we're all going to start using this checklist. Depending on your risk tolerance, I think that's the best bet. I think that's the best bet. And I told myself, hold till the 5 this time. Hold till the 5. Get up and walk away. I even got up, walk away. Then I came back. And then I started to gloat. And then I started to move because I wanted people to see, that I'm taking these trades. So I moved my little teal and I started moving the teal. And then I got stopped out. Anyways, let me do look at this, man. Look at this. How long would you have to wait? 35 minutes. 35 minutes to make. If there's no way you're gonna catch the perfect break. So like when it closed above 69.52 to 70.13. This is good money. This is good money here. So 35 minutes. This is how long we needed to wait for this play here. At least 15 minutes you needed to wait on this play. On this play here, another 15 minutes here. On this play here, 20 minutes on this play here. 20 minutes before you made any money. So do we see a pattern? So when I'm telling you we should only be taking 3 trades in a day, now you see why. Because they take a long time to develop. Because there's going to be retracement back inside the last candle, especially on the 1 minute chart. The 1 minute is going to look at this 1 minute chart. This is going to be tough. That's why I beg all of you, use the 5 minute chart. Use the 5 minute chart. If you're trading off the 1 minute chart, you're scalping. You're getting that quick hit and you're getting out. Okay, let me do this thing. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Man, I really wanted to hold till the 5. I got up and walked away and everything, and then this. See, I could have dealt with this stuff right here. I could deal with this. This is not an issue for me. But this right here, man, I wasn't prepared for this one. They know exactly what to do to stop you out. They know exactly what to do. So we need to have a much longer time frame for these plays. I'm gonna go into the. I'm gonna go update the win session, and then I'm gonna be on here another 15 minutes, and then I'll just hang on the Discord. I'm gonna cut the stream. So give me a moment. I'll be right back. Really quick before I go, I just want to reiterate this point that I get it. On this blue, if you took this break of this blue, this one probably fooled me too. I don't quite remember. I just remember Trump was talking. So when he started talking, I was like, hold on, we gotta wait. But if you were to get caught off guard on this blue, I did say it was actually this here. It was this one here. This one hadn't formed yet. It was actually this blue here that I had. So if you got caught off on this one, again, we're not going to win 100% of them. But if you didn't over leverage and if you stuck to the plan, look, you'd be fine. Like, whatever loss is from here to here, look at the win. Look at the win. So it's up to you to stick to the plan. It's up to you to, I got in my head a little bit and I had to get up and walk away. And I got upset on a win. So that's me being greedy. But I recognize that about myself. We all have to recognize when we're over trading. We have to recognize when we are revenge trading. And we also have to recognize if I'm up, leave for the day. We have to wait for the A+ setup. Whenever I have a highlighted trend line, that means something. You all know this. This means something. And especially when I do this right here, hold on, wait, oops, my bad. When I do this right here, you know what this means, Discord. If I do the wedge is damn near 100%. It may not be, but I don't remember one that isn't. All right, we hit key level on this orange play. So protect your trade on the 5-minute chart. Or I'm not saying stop yourself. What's key level? At the 5, of course. Of course it's going to be right at the 5. I really want to get better at surviving this type of stuff. It's something I have to work on. We don't have to worry about our entries. It's always the exit we have to worry about. Our entries are fine. If you're getting stopped out in 3 or 4 minutes, maybe you need to look for the 15-20 minute time frame horizon. Set your stop, walk away, come back in 15 minutes. I think everything will be fine. This is just what I'm seeing from, everything we do every day. Okay, I'm going to complete my stuff. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. One day I'm gonna be the hero, and I'm gonna be able to survive. I pretty much just need to like. Let me see if I would have. Yeah, I would have been fine too. It would have really tested. It would have tested me. This would have been a really good test. It would have been a test. I would have been fine, but I just would have been uncomfortable with it. But even me, look, the one red candle in all these green, the one red is the one that got me, and that's what's upsetting, because I had a plan. Remember, the plan was I'm holding until the 5. You know, if we break this orange, I'm holding till the 5. If we break this orange, we're looking for the top of possibly, you know, the top of teal, or at least key level. At least key level. And I'll work on it. Second time it happened to me. It happened over here too. It happened over here. And I told myself, okay, or where was it? I think it was over here. I want to say over here. It happened over here on this shoulder that I had here. I want to say it was over here. I don't remember right now, but I told myself, okay, next time you know what to do. And then the next time that red candle came in, and it got me. Another thing I want to point out is the deep structure within this yellow. Look at this deep structure in yellow. The perfect touch off the bottom of the lick box. The break of the yellow. The break of the key level right here. This was the break of our orange, actually. So right around here was the break of our orange. See, look, this right here, I know myself. I would have been stopped out. I would have, especially this close to the 5, I would be probably underneath this candle right here. If I'm being honest, I would have been probably underneath this candle right here, chasing it. Bang, 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 bang. This is what I would have been doing. And this one would have got me, for sure. For sure. Instead of me like holding for the 5, this, I know for sure this would have got me. I'm just being honest. I'm being honest. So everything, you know, everyone sees what I'm doing. You know, we see the plays, we see the entries. So yeah, if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to come back. We'll recap. And then I'm going to cut the stream, and I'm going to hang out in the Discord for a bit, okay? So give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm just going to circulate some blood. All right, look, your safety call entries are going to have to be above the 5. Nothing's changed, okay? When I'm saying safety, quote unquote safety, it needs to look like this. It's got to look like that. And then even if it does break above the 5, the teal's right here. So be careful with the teal. We got another key level at 71.41, another key level at 72.34. And look, we're in teal until we're not. You see this teal? We're in this teal until we're not. Now we knew that some liquidity had built up within this orange. We were able to, oh wait, here. Actually, same thing. We were able to identify the orange to it didn't go exactly to the 5, but man, this thing got me. I wish all this I would have survived. Anyways, I'm not over it. I need a hug. I'm not over it. Let me clean this up. I'm gonna clean this up really quick. That's the one I want, like this. So really, we only had 2 liquidity boxes today. This top and this bottom. And on the 5, it was mainly just this one. They did a break, a retest, but they didn't reject underneath this liquidity box. So this is all we really had today. On the 1 minute, we can see the top of it and the bottom. Okay, I'm gonna step away for 1 more second. I'll be right back.
Going crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna cut the stream here. I'm gonna be on, I'm going to be in the Discord, hanging out off to the side, nice and quiet. For those of you that are maybe your first time watching, if you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted, okay? It's not a matter of if, but when. It's gonna take you time. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but we're gonna get there. Let me address anybody in, because if I'm addressing people in the Discord now. If you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, any way I could have been better today, anything I could have done to improve, please let me know. And I hope we're all, if you're new especially, we need a paper trade for a little bit. Paper trade until you grow that account to a certain amount. Once you get that certain amount, then we can mess with real money. And to the person that is green consistently, but chipping away little at a time, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. Entertaining. Oh man. Entertaining. Maybe. It's because I think we all go through the same thing, right? to a certain degree, like, I think we all go through the same exact thing, the same thought process, the same consternation, worry, if you will. I think we're all more similar than we are different. And, you know, I'm glad everyone's here with me to see it. Everyone can witness me going through whatever it is I go through and to see how I do it, how I make this a thing. I want everyone to see that I don't always get the 4 or 5 point move. Sometimes I'm a $3 holler, right? The contract will give me $3. You know, I have multiple contracts, but either way, what I'm saying is I'll get $3 damn and that's it, right? And sometimes, you know, I don't need to trade for the rest of the month. So the important thing is that we stick to what we know. We stick to the strategy. Don't laugh at me, Malia. Don't, because the reason why it's a good idea to stick to it is because it's the best option we got. And I'm not saying we're going to make 4 or 5 figures every day. 3, 4, I think is reasonable, but that's going to take you a little bit of time. But based on our track record, based on the setups and the call outs, now I think hopefully we're all seeing, you know, using me as a guinea pig, that 15-20 minutes is probably where we need to be at. You know, if you're going to do 3-4 minutes, you're taking at key level and you're going to be happy with it. You can't be like me where, you know, I get into profit and then I'm like, man, I could have done better. You know, I don't want to be like that. And when I feel inside of me that, I don't want to say it's anger. I think it's greed. It's greed and FOMO. When I feel that building, it just reminds me of how I used to be when I first started trading, extremely greedy, with unrealistic expectations. You know, oh, I could have done better. I could have done this. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, homeboy. And then this is where I'm at now. Now I can at least recognize it. You know, it's hard to get over that feeling of, man, I just got slapped in the face and they kept going. It's hard to get over that feeling. You hear me going through it. Everyone's with me doing it together. But I am taking these trades that you guys are taking. I'm taking the trade. What else do I got? You know, I think some people try to text me on the side like, hey, if I give you extra money, is there certain something special? And there's like, I got nothing. What do you want? I'm doing everything on live. I'm drawing it out. These are my thoughts. Everyone's seeing my thoughts in Technicolor. And I'm doing the best I can. It's not easy to teach, to chart, to trade, and to do all the above, to answer TikTok, to answer just, it's not easy to do all that all at the same time. I wish well, we don't need a side hustle, but no, I don't got a side hustle. No, I know, Malia, I was just kidding with you. Exactly. 1 point. That's what I'm saying. Well, here's, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Malia. I appreciate it. But here's 1.5. That's on a good day. What I'm offering is 30 cents. And the reason why I'm saying 30 cents is because I think that's 30 cents in the SPY. I think that's enough at a 50 delta to be able to either take your profit, adjust your stop, or to mitigate any loss. I think 30 cents is reasonable. Now, if we're not taking the trades, fine. Or if you're not putting your stop where it needs to be in the first place, there's nothing I can do about that. Because a lot of us, probably like me, well, when I enter a trade is different, right? When I enter a trade, you know, I have to wait for it to get into profit. I'm not gonna just move my stop immediately. When I get to key level, that's when I start getting into that's when, for me personally, when I start getting into rough water, because the entries I don't have to worry about. It's how much am I gonna make after? This is where I'm at in my journey, and everyone's journey is gonna be different. Right? So you may be at a point in the journey where it's like, I'm hesitating to take the trade because I'm terrified to take the loss. And it's not even about the loss of money, because we've burned money before. We've given money to cousins and nephews and neighbors and whoever else. with no expectation of having a being returned, or sometimes you're just being charitable, whatever it is, it's not even about the money. It's about the hopes and dreams. I get it. So we're all at different stages in the journey. Your journey, your stage right now should be to build that paper trade account. And I know you're gonna be like, well, I don't want to pay $150 a month to paper trade, especially when I hear you saying, look at the money we're printing, and you're doing that stupid little laugh. You know, I get it. I've been there. But you got to take little bites of the apple, little tiny bites first. And then once you have, because let's say it costs you $300 after 2 months to figure out, even after 2 months, your paper trade account not where it needs to be, you can at least tell yourself, you know what? I spent $300 on me, on trying to learn something for me, not on beer, not on OnlyFans, not on whatever else other shit you guys do. I don't know what else, video games. You did it on you, trying to make a better future. You're gonna be okay with that, right? Jones almost said that shit out loud, but you're gonna be okay. Look at me, stupid, just reading like Ron Jeremy. You're gonna be okay with if you burn that money on you. You're gonna be okay with it. At least you're gonna learn something, or you're gonna know if it's for you or not. But you need to give yourself at least that amount of time. You need to give yourself that what is it? That margin of error to decide, is it a thing? If you're going in too heavy because you're not able to hold, or you're not able to what is it? If you have FOMO, because you hear other people, look how much money, yada yada yada, and you're gonna want to be a part of that. If you're going in too heavy, too soon, without any data, you need the paper trade to give you the data you need, just like what we do every day. We get data first before we come up with the plays. We know what needs to happen first before we trade. Same thing with your trading. You need to see if it's a thing first, and it's gonna take a little bit of time. Give yourself that time. It is worth it, I promise you. Because eventually, like I said, we're all at different stages. Eventually, it's not a matter of if, but when. Eventually, you're going to come to a point, because you're going to recognize the patterns. You're going to see the patterns. You're going to hear me say the same shit over and over and over again. And eventually, you're going to be at the point where, well, damn, I could have made more money. And that's going to be your struggle. Okay? And that's a good struggle to have. So when I'm here and I sound upset about making a good amount of money that people wish they could do, that is unfortunate on my part. That's an error on my part, because I shouldn't be like that. I should be better. And I'm trying to work on that. But I feel like, all right, there you go. That's all we need. And that's the first start. You need to at least have that hope. You gotta at least have the hope. That's step number one. Step number two is, as a trader, you're gonna get slapped in the face. Your account's gonna go red. This is just a thing. It is what it is. Even your paper trade account is gonna look at them. Look, hold on, wait. Whoever took teal, you're welcome. Whoever took yellow, you're welcome. Look at hold on. Oh, you better see. Look how violent this is. What is happening? Someone just said something. There's something going on in the news. Look at this volatility that just happened. They went from break of yellow, right to the 5, right to teal, to the top of the lick box. Look where the wick was on 71.41. Look, none of these key levels are by accident. None of these levels are by accident. They're all there for a reason. Let's see the 5. My goodness, you would have had to be really on top of it to catch this. You would have to be really on top of it. Now look, remember, this is what we're looking for. Right? This is what we're looking for. So if this trend is strong enough, look for a retest of, what is this, teal. Look for a retest of teal if it's strong enough, okay? If they need more time, then you know where your risk is. It's here. Your risk is here. Look for 70, 35, this key level right here. Look for this to either be some type of support or resistance. Look at this. What is going on? And look, also today wasn't that easy. Today wasn't that easy. You needed to hold 15, 20 minutes on every play. Every play you needed to hold for 15 or 20 minutes. This is just the truth. But at least now we have that data. We can use that. Okay, let me see what's going on. We can use that to our advantage. Remember, if they want to bounce up, here's your 50-50 here. Here's your 50-50 right here. And then we only got 45 minutes left. And then it's gonna, not even 45 minutes. And then it could be the annoying grind. So look, the liquidity grab to close the cup. Now we're gonna see if they're gonna make this handle. If we get back below 68.38, you gotta look the other way. So look, we're looking up now. If we get below 68.38, we gotta look the other way, which is down. We're looking here. Let me explain that again. We're looking up right now. We're looking up, right? Because we just came from here to here. If we get below this level here, we got to look the other way now. Because the market likes structure. Even when bad news comes in or whatever it is, it's going to have to grab the liquidity from somewhere to make the move. The liquidity has to be grabbed from somewhere. So we need to figure, are they grabbing it from teal? Are they grabbing it from, what is this? 71.55 or 71.41, whatever. You see what's happening. So they got to grab the liquidity from somewhere to make the move. So if we get under, especially underneath this level right here, 68.38, we got to look the other way. We're late in the day. If they go sideways, that wouldn't be abnormal. So they broke the 5, retested. We're going to see what they do. We're going to see what they do. But if you took this yellow, you would have to really be on top of it. I mean, this is damn near impossible to catch. Damn near impossible to catch. Especially if you got to switch over to your brokerage and start doing, start maneuvering. This would be impossible to catch. So if you didn't catch this, don't feel bad. Well, I'll focus on your rant. Oh, jeez. Here are the comments. Well, I was focused on your rant. My bad, homie. And here's the thing about holding. When we hold for, I always say, you know, some people hold, they want to be the hero. I'm not built like that. I tried to be. I try so hard, and I'm just not built like that. No matter how much, it seems like the harder I try, the more God's telling me, like, that ain't you, man. Just do whatever it is. Take your key level and be happy and stop being greedy. That's what I hear. When I try to hold and be the hero, it doesn't work out. I mean, sometimes, like I said, 60-40. If I had a higher split, even if I was at 50-50, I'd probably be better. But 60-40 holding the runners doesn't work out for me. I just need to take all the money when I can get it, and because I could double instead of half the contracts being worth damn near nothing, you know, I could double. but I'm not going to be greedy because I trade a fair amount of contracts each trade, a fair amount. So look, we closed the cup. We need to see if they're making this handle, right? And look at where, I'm just going to move this over to the side. I'm just moving it over to the side. So here's the 50-50. Now we need to ask, did they grab liquidity from this 50-50, or do they need to grab liquidity from 69.09 to continue up? We're at the end of the day. We're late in the day. I don't recommend, this is on you, but we're late in the day. So we need to either live to fight another day, or you're going to take that risk. You're going to take that risk that this handle is going to come through. But that's what it is. Okay. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted out. But remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear on the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. I said that all in one breath. Okay. YouTube, TikTok. It's been a pleasure. Discord, I'm just going to hang out. I'm going to be in there off to the side silently, okay? But it's been a pleasure, everybody. You have a good day. Goodbye.